Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to check my volume.
We're ready in the courtroom.
Sorry about that. All right, good morning. You're in County Court at Law 2. What we got? Mr. Stolly is in the courtroom.
His case is a start on page 5, 6, and 7.
I don't have. Let's see. It's in the waiting room. I have Justin McClure in the waiting room. No. Miranda Rodriguez. There's Miss Rodriguez. All right. 23-CR-92228-B and 92229-B. State versus Miranda Rodriguez. Mr.
Your Honor,
Stolly.
I'm going to make an announcement and it's going to apply to all the cases. I did call the district attorney's office yesterday, spoke with Mona, and she tells me that all my cases are still pending pre-file. We do have Justin McClure, whom we're waiting on blood work on for a lab, and that's the only outlier to the status hearings on today for me.
Okay. Mr. Sells.
Unfortunately, I could verify what Mr. Stolly said is true.
Okay. All right, then, the next felony status would be December 13th at 8:30. Let's bring in, Kim, let's bring in all Mr. Stolly's clients, please. So I can announce this all at one time.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm calling 22-CR-89898 State versus Christopher Cancino. 22-CR-90368 90369. 23-CR-92596-B. Those are all State versus Raymond Villarreal. 22-CR-90592 State versus David O'Brien. 22-CR-90952 State versus Emma Smarson. 22-CR-90924 State versus Arcadio Valenzuela. And 24-CR-93729-B State versus Ruben Peralta. I see Miss Rodriguez. Mr. Cancino. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Villarreal is trying to connect.
That is all we have for Mr. Stolly.
Okay. All right, so those of you who are in the courtroom, Mr. Stolly announced that your cases are still pending. Your next Zoom status will be on December 13th. It's set for 8:30. If Mr. Stolly changes that time, he will let you know. Please stay in contact with Mr. Stolly and you are free to log off. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Your Honor, for my wayward clients that haven't appeared, if I can get a hold of them and get them into the courtroom, may they come on board?
Yes, sir, of course.
And may I be excused to district court upstairs?
Yes, thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good weekend.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Yes, sir.
All right, let's see. Who is this?
Gregorio Gutierrez for Archibald.
Okay. Mr. Archibald. '23 CR 91511 B State versus Gregorio Gutierrez. Mr. Archibald.
Your Honor, like Mr. Stolly, I'm going to probably be making the same announcement on all of my cases, but this case is still pending felony indictment. So we just need to probably get that. I was going to ask for a December or January date for everybody anyways, so that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sells.
Yes, Your Honor, there's unindicted felonies on all of Mr. Archibald's clients except
Mr. Elias,
Marcus Elias.
yeah, we're
That's
waiting
waiting
on,
on a lab,
Okay,
but all of his are also unindicted felonies.
all right. So these will all be set to felony status on December 13th at 8:30. Mr. Gutierrez, your next court date will be by Zoom as well. It will be on December 13th at 8:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Just saw Marcus Elias.
yeah, I just saw him. He was on there, Judge, so.
Mr. Elias, remove your cap, please. You're in the courtroom. Mr. Elias, Mr. Archibald announced that the labs in your case are still pending. So we're going to put you on an additional Zoom status December 13th at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. I'm sorry, Sylvia, I'm not putting those calls numbers on the record.
That's okay.
Miss- Okay. Mark Moore, 23 CR 92757 B, State versus Mark Moore. Mr. Moore, Mr. Archibald has announced that your case, you still have a pending felony, so we are going to put you on the Zoom status docket of December 13th at 8:30. If you're one of Mr. Archibald's clients, please turn on your video so that I can see you. I see April Hebert, Andrew Gonzalez.
I see
All right,
Mr. Sorry.
Mr. Gonzalez, your case has been set for December 13th. It will also be by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. You're free to log off, sir. Thank you. And then, oh, April's with, I'm sorry, April was with adult probation. Sorry about that. Tired. All right, so Mr. Archibald, I still need appearances from Antonio Botello, Zachary
Thanks.
Bertram. And
Mr. Botello is on,
oh, okay, I didn't see him. There he is.
and Mr. Bertram,
Botello.
he did call in. I don't know if he's just having trouble logging on.
Oh, okay. All right, then, that's everybody. Mr. Bertram, your next court date will be by Zoom as well. It will be on December 13th at 8:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. All right, Mr. Archibald, that takes care of all your cases.
Okay, thank you very much, Judge.
All right, have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Was Mr. Gonzalez here?
Mr. Gonzalez, yes, I have a check, well, I have a check mark by his name. I don't know.
Okay.
I did. I put a check mark. I think he was, yes.
Okay.
You called him. I didn't, but yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
Mr. Kerrigan.
All right, Mr. Kerrigan has Nicole Robbins, 24-CR-93550-B and 93551-A, State versus Nicole Robbins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Kerrigan. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I hadn't seen you in a while, Judge. I hope you are doing good. You always look great.
Well, thank you. I've been doing well. Thank you.
Good, Judge. And I'm sure that grandson's doing great.
Yes, he is. Thank you.
Good. All right, Your Honor. I am here with my client. Is she on the screen too? She's right.
She is. I just need her to show her video. Turn on her video.
Oh, turn on her video. Let's-
Hi. Oh, she's beside you. Okay. I was
She's
thinking
out.
someone else. There we go. I'm
I
sorry.
was
You're
in the other
here.
room.
You have her with you, Nicole Robbins. Okay, Miss Robbins, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. She's right here.
I misunderstood you. All right,
don't know
Mr. Kerrigan, what is your announcement?
Our announcement is we have checked again, Your Honor, and nothing has happened since the last status update, meaning it is still pending with no decision yet.
Mr. Sales?
That is correct, Your Honor. Still unindicted.
Hello,
All
Mr.
right.
Sales.
Mr. Kerrigan, greetings.
All right, Mr. Kerrigan, the date I'm giving for the next felony status is December 13th.
All right, Your Honor. Hopefully we'll have an answer for you. I know Mr. Sales works hard at that, but God bless you. God bless you, Mr. Sales. May we be dismissed with that, Your Honor?
You may, and have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. And Your Honor, do we know the time now, or we'll find out later what time?
It'll say 8:30. If you want to change that time,
No.
you can.
We love 8:30.
Okay, we'll keep it at 8:30 then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Bye-bye.
All right.
There's the lies on page 4.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. Who?
No worries. Mr. Gabriel Elias on page
Oh,
4.
okay. All right, great. Page 4. Is Mr. Gonzalez, Roberto Gonzalez, is he here as well?
Don't see him.
No.
No, ma'am.
All right, 22-CR-90954 and 90955, State versus Roberto Gonzalez. Oh, he's with Mr. Salinas. Okay, great.
John, we're present. He's here in my office. I called the DA's office yesterday, and they told me that they had the file in their office for review, but it has not been indicted.
Okay, still unindicted. Our next felony status is December 13th. If you want that 8:30 time, I'll give you that time. If you want a different time, I can give you a different time.
8:30 is fine, Your Honor.
All right, December 13th at 8:30. Thank you both for your appearance this morning. Mr. Salas, you've got a couple. Mr. Gonzalez, your next appearance will be just like this one by Zoom. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Solias, you also have 22-CR-90262 State versus Joe Louis Salinas. Mr. Salinas is on. Mr. Salinas. There we go. All
Should
right.
be on there.
Yes, he is.
Your Honor, it's actually the same announcement for Mr. Salinas, Your Honor. They tell me that they have the file in the office, but they didn't indict it this month.
Okay. All right, then. Mr. Sales. I didn't include you in the conversation last time. On both of Mr. Solias's clients, DA's office has indicated that they have the file, but it remains unindicted. These cases remain unindicted at this time. Felony status on December 13th at 8:30. Mr. Salinas. It will
Yes,
be
Your
by,
Honor.
it will be by Zoom as well. Sir, please stay in contact with Mr. Solias.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Judge, for Mr. Cavada, I know he's in trial upstairs.
Okay.
They did indicate that they haven't had contact with their defendants for about 2 weeks now, and that Mr. Edison
Okay.
on page 3 is in Nueces County Jail.
Oh, okay. All right, so, he's not had contact with, let me call these cases then. 22-CR-89826 State versus Anthony Gaines. Mr. Gaines is not in the waiting room. He also has 22-CR-89827. 24-CR-93174-B State versus Rolando Alvarado. He also has 93173-B. Mr. Alvarado is not in the waiting room. And then we have 23-CR-92756-B, 92872-B, 92932-B, and 92873-B, State versus Ryan Edison, and Mr. Edison is in the Nueces County Jail. All of these cases will be set on felony status on December 13th at 8:30. And then I see Miss Myerson and who else was I saw another one that I think was Mr. Stolly's. No, that's the only one I think. All right, Miss Myerson, please unmute. All right, your court setting was at 8:30. Is there a reason why you weren't on at 8:30?
I didn't receive the Zoom link from my lawyer, and I tried emailing him, and I also tried to call him as well.
Okay, so in the future, you can just go onto the San Patricio County website. You can go to County Court at Law 2, and there is a Zoom link there as well, just to let you know. I'm glad that you did appear. Your next Zoom hearing is on December 13th at 8:30. Please stop walking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Stay in contact with Mr. Stolly, and we will see you back on December 13th at 8:30.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You're free to log off. Thank you, ma'am. Kerrigan, Kavada, Elias, Staley. That concludes our 8:30 docket. April, I'm sorry, I didn't realize at first. I just saw April and well, I knew your name was April. I didn't realize your last name. And
It's
then
okay.
it was only later. So you do not have to show your video. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
All right, I will see you all back at 9:30. Thank you. I'm like, All right, it is close enough to 9:30. I don't see any of the attorneys who are on my 9:30 docket. Defense attorneys, my apologies, Mr. Sales. I don't see any of the defense attorneys who are on my 9:30 docket.
State's always ready, Your Honor.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Oh,
Brian Keeney.
Mr.
I'm in
Keeney.
for Travis Kettner.
Okay, I was gonna say, I didn't see your name. All right, this is then Amber Bullard.
That's correct.
Yes, we'll bring her in. This is 22-CR-90746, State versus Amber Bullard. Ms.
Your
Bullard,
Honor.
if you'll turn on your video, please. There we go. Thank you,
Sorry
ma'am.
about that.
No problem. Thank you. All right, Mr. Keeney.
Yeah, Your Honor, we have no update. There's still no indictment on the felony. That's all I have for you this morning.
All right, Mr. Sales.
I agree with Mr. Kettner. There's an unindicted felony of injury to the elderly. We're just waiting on that.
All right, then, Mr. Keeney and Mr. Sales and Ms. Bullard, we're going to put this on an additional felony status docket December 13th. That will be, we'll set it for this same time at 9:30. Mr. Keeney, if you or Mr. Kettner wishes to change that time, you just have to notify my office, Kimberly, and she will take care of that for you.
Great. And what date was that again, Judge?
December 13th.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you both for your appearance this morning. Have a good weekend, and you are free to log off.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And I see Mr. Palacios in the courtroom.
Yes, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Palacios. We're going to start bringing in your clients. Let's see.
Okay. I'm not sure if Mr. Montes is available, Judge. He and Miss Erica Solis, they're both waiting beds at state hospitals.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They have status hearings on their felony cases set, well, I want to say like mid-October. So, and that's just to see what number they are on the list to get to the state hospitals.
Mid-October.
Yeah. So I would think maybe sometime after.
I'm giving December 13th right now.
Okay.
And on that day, you can update us if they're still, in the hospital or whatever their status is, I think.
Okay.
December 13th would be appropriate.
Okay.
So that's on Mark Anthony Montez 23-CR-92585-B. And then Erica Solis has 23-CR-92819-B, 92829-B, 92763-B. We're going to set those for an additional status on December 13th. Is this 9:30 time okay, or do you want a different time?
That should be fine, Judge.
All right, 9:30.
And Miss Solis, she is in custody. Mr. Montes is not, and he's a little, can be a little unstable, but I will get notice to his mom, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Sales,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you all right with the fact that Mr. Montez didn't appear, but he is waiting on a bed at the state
Yes.
hospital?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, so those are taken care of. Then Mr. Palacios, we have Lonnie Dunn.
Yes, Judge,
When
it
he-
looks like he's on. I checked with the DA's office and they have his file in. It's just waiting to get presented to a grand jury.
All right, then we're going to give him the same date of December 13th for an additional felony status at 9:30.
Okay,
Mr. Dunn, I can't see you, but I do see that you're there. Felony status December 13th. It will be by Zoom as well. Please stay in contact with Mr. Palacios.
I was just texting him, Judge. I'm not sure if he's having
Okay,
trouble. Last
gotcha.
time, I think he was here in person, but Mr.
Okay.
Dunn, can you put your camera on where we can see you?
And it doesn't show that he's muted. Sometimes they step away for a minute and then we bring them in and they don't realize they're in the courtroom. That happens. Oh, that's Miss Graham. Let me see.
And these notices will get emailed to me, Judge, like usual?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Okay. Well, he's still on. We'll keep him in the virtual courtroom till we
Okay, Judge.
see him or hear from him.
Okay, I'll shoot him a text, Judge. May I be excused to run back upstairs?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
good
Judge.
weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Miss Graham, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You have Jamie Renner, 22-CR-90348, and Jesus Palos, 23-CR-92147-B. And I don't believe, no. Oh, Mr. Palos I'm going to bring him in, and Mr. Renner both. Okay. They're both here.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess Mr. Sales can probably elaborate, but I don't believe there's been an indictment yet.
An indicted felony possessed a controlled substance on Jimmy Dinner.
There's been an indictment?
No.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Palos, please stop
Yes, ma'am.
walking. Please stop walking. Stand still,
Yes,
sir.
I'm on the job site, ma'am.
I need you to stand still. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Renner has his felony remains unindicted. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will set him for an additional felony status by Zoom on December 13th. Miss Graham, is this 9:30 time good for you?
Yeah, yes, this is fine. I can work with that, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And then on Mr. Palos,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Palos,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm waiting
No.
for it to hear. It's the attorneys I'm speaking to right now, sir. On your case.
I think his case is still pending, but I would defer to Mr. Sales.
It's unindicted felony criminal mischief, Your Honor.
All right, then. It will also be set for Zoom status on December 13th at 9:30. Mr. Renner and Mr. Palos, I hope you heard that. Your next court date will be December 13th at 9:30. It will also be by Zoom. Thank you both for your appearance this morning, and you are free to log off. Please stay in contact with Ms. Graham.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. Ms. Graham, thank you very much. Nice
Thank
to
you, Your Honor.
see you. Have a good
Oh.
weekend.
Same to you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. All right, that is our 9:30 docket, is it?
May I ask a question of the court regarding the 11:30?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion hearing on a man named Charles Hobson. I think that was a motion to reduce bond. He's charged with harboring a runaway child with Mr. Zapata.
Oh, that's right. We were gonna be in the courtroom, right, for
I
that?
just wanted to make sure that I need to be in the courtroom for that hearing. So after we finish our Zoom hearings, I guess then I can run down to the courtroom for that.
Yes, or you can walk.
I'm always in a hurry to see you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
No.
We'll see you-
Yes. We'll get that heard. It's supposed to be in person. I
Yes.
believe that's what we talked about, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
I'll see you soon.
Okay, and I feel like if Miss Villarreal Kuta is available earlier, she usually likes to pop on a little bit earlier, and then I don't know about Miss Eastwood, so hopefully we'll get to it pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you all at 10:30.
Hello, hello, hello.
Dave, your volume is still on. You're not muted.
I understand my screen.
Okay, now you are.
Mr. Dunn. I'll let Judge Martino know that you showed face on Zoom court, and then she gave you a date of December 13th at 8:30, okay? And that will be by Zoom. You're still muted.
I'm sorry. Okay, what date was it?
December 13th at
December
8:30
13th?
a.m. And Mr. Palacios will pick a time and we'll let you know.
And that's going to be a Zoom court or?
Yes, sir, it will be Zoom.
Okay, all righty.
Kim,
Thank you very much. And I
hold on.
apologize to the judge. I couldn't
Hold
figure
on,
out how to get
Kim.
my stuff in.
We set his for 9:30.
Oh, perfect, 9:30.
Yeah, your time, Mr. Dunn, this is Judge Martino. Thank you for your appearance this morning. It will be by
Yes, ma'am.
Zoom.
I apologize. I couldn't figure out how to get my mic and stuff on, but
Okay, no problem. We figured you would eventually either speak to us or we'd see your face or something. So December 13th at 9:30.
okay, that sounds great.
Stay in contact with Mr. Palacios, please.
I will. Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right. Yes, sir. You're free to log off. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I see where Alfonso Guevara is here, but we never heard from Mr. DeFreitas.
No, ma'am, I did text Mr. DeFreitas to see where he was at, but I haven't gotten a reply.
Okay, then, I don't know if Mr. Sells stepped away from his desk. What I would like to do is just give Mr. Guevara the December 13th setting.
Okay, do you want me to let him in?
Well, I'd kind of like to know if Mr. Sells has any information. I didn't see him there. I didn't see Mr. Guevara there, or I would have asked Mr. Sells already. Will you call Mr. Sells' office and see if he has the information on well, no, I don't see Mr. Guevara anymore. Mr. Guevara's gone. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind. But we will mark that he was here. Okay, thanks. All right, it is 10:30 and I see Mr. DiCarlo in the waiting room. He's first on my 10:30 docket, so let's bring him in. Mr. Sales, I just happened to notice as well, I was looking through the docket, the last case at 10:30 on page 12 is Miss Madrigal, and it says a plea in person, and I don't remember that, but obviously I said it.
I can be there right now or at the end of the docket, however you want me to do it.
I don't think she's here. I haven't heard anything, and I mean, I would assume she'd have to get plea paperwork. I don't know if,
She's outside in the hallway working on that right now. So I think
Okay.
after we finish the
after we
Zoom-
finish, then we'll take care of that. Okay, great. Thank you, Derek. All right, so Mr. DiCarlo has Jason Lopez 22-CR-89984. Is Mr. Lopez in the courtroom? Yes, he is. Mr. Lopez, if you will turn on your video, please. Mr. DiCarlo, what information do you have on Mr. Lopez's case? Mr. DiCarlo, you're muted.
I knew that, Judge.
Good morning.
We exchanged, I have the evidence or the discovery, and I had spoken to Marcelino some time ago, unfortunately, I don't know, about a possible plea bargain, but I don't think we have it executed. And I believe I spoke to it regarding with my client. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't have the paperwork finished or the final details on that, however, Judge.
It's still an unindicted felony evading arrest.
Oh, it's been a long time.
And it still hasn't been indicted yet.
It's been a couple of years. Just in discussion.
I said evading arrest, but evading in the vehicle is what the charge was.
Right. Well, I have see, this got we had a DWI misdemeanor.
Right. So, Mr. DiCarlo, I'm a little bit confused about what you informed the court, because you talked about a plea bargain with Marcelino. That would be in district court. So.
Right. That's probably was about, and I'm sorry about that, Your Honor. That'd be correct. That part of the case, and I guess we just have this. I guess we just have this pending DWI and perhaps the possession of the firearm in county court.
So are you ready to move forward with the misdemeanor?
If the court dictates that we have to move forward for a trial or whatever, Your Honor, I would like to obviously, I don't try too many cases, but if we have to,
Well, okay, so, I mean, the whole purpose of this docket is that there's something holding up the misdemeanor case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whether there's a pending felony or lab work or whatever. So I'm still confused as to if you were working on a plea bargain with Marcelino, does that mean the felony is going? And so does that mean that moving forward with the misdemeanor is not going to have any effect on the felony? Where are we? That's my question.
Obviously, Your Honor, I would like to, as is the common practice, he has this pending misdemeanor. I would like to work out a plea with the DA's office. Mr. Sales has indicated that it's still unindicted. I believe it's been over 2 years, but obviously still within the statute of limitations. So if we could work further with the DA's office to determine when this case is going to be brought up, then perhaps the county attorney would let us know that they may dismiss one charge depending upon the disposition of the felony, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're going to set Mr. Lopez for an additional felony status on December 13th at 10:30.
All right, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry about the confusion.
We got it. We got
All
it.
right.
It's
I got
clear
it.
now.
All
All
right.
right, Mr. Lopez, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next setting for this case will be by Zoom as well on December 13th at 10:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. DiCarlo. Thank you, sir. You're free to log off.
He's on mute. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
James.
you, Mr. DiCarlo. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Thank you. Kim, who else do we have?
Mr. Ledema's not on, but we can do Mr. Frank Gonzalez next.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez. His cases start on page 10.
Yes, ma'am. Brandon Ortega.
Brandon Ortega.
Yes, ma'am.
This is cause number 24-CR-93302-B. Mr. Ortega, will you please remove your cap, sir? You are in a courtroom. Thank you. State versus Brandon Ortega. And Mr. Gonzalez, are you with us? There we go. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, what information can you give us on Mr. Ortega's cases and any felonies that are tied to it?
Your Honor, I haven't had any contact with Mr. Ortega. And so respectfully, I don't know what the status ends up being on his cases.
I can tell the court that there is unindicted felonies in the district attorney's office for aggravated assault.
Okay. I think based on what I'm seeing here with a terroristic threat and assault causes bodily injury, possibly they're related, possibly not, but
I think, Your Honor, one of the cases is related and the other one is not. The one that I'm
Okay.
on, I think is related. The other one is not.
okay, so you're not on both cases because my docket shows you on both cases of the misdemeanors.
No, Judge, I'm only on one.
Which
And
do
actually,
you-
I'm on 24. I'm on the terroristic threat, Judge.
Okay, so you're not the attorney on the assault causes bodily injury.
No,
Okay,
I think the notes on the docket sheet say need to hire. But yeah, no, I'm not on that one, Judge. And actually, I
now
was going
my
to
docket sheet shows you, actually, that's why I'm saying that, but I'm making a note that you're not the attorney. Okay. And you're
actually,
wanting
Judge,
to,
I was going to be surrendering the bonds on these, or on the bond that I'm on, Your Honor. Like I said, I haven't had any contact with Mr. Ortega in several months.
Mr. Ortega, would you unmute, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any reason why you haven't had contact with Mr. Gonzalez?
I've called, but my mom's the one that contacts him, and to my understanding, my mom was in contact with them, but I barely just got part of my settlement check. And I'll get it Saturday. I'll have it cash Saturday, and I'm gonna pay Frank then. But it barely got wrote on a second, Frank.
Okay.
Well, Judge, I mean,
Yeah, this is a conversation y'all,
5,000.
Mr. Ortega, this is a conversation you and Mr. Gonzalez need to have in private.
Okay, Frank, I'll call you after this court, Frank.
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez, would you like for me to give, I've been giving a December date. Would you like for me to give you a sooner date so that you can inform the court of how you wish to move forward?
I think the December date is fine, Your Honor. I mean, just because for your purposes, whatever ends up working for the court, and then if I need to file something, I'll file, and I can always end up setting that up before then.
That'll work. That sounds good to me. So December 13th, is this 10:30 time? Is that good for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ortega, your next appearance in this court will be by Zoom as well. It will be December 13th at 10:30. And like I said, you and Mr. Gonzalez can have a conversation in private concerning whatever matters you need to discuss. But December 13th at 10:30. And Mr. Gonzalez, that's all you have?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you are both free to log off. Thank you for your appearance this morning and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Flynn's clients will just need a reset.
Who's?
Mr. Flynn's?
Oh, did I talk to him about this? He's in College Station, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I had forgotten. All right, then. Let's bring them all in. Well, Mr. Sales,
Yes, Your Honor.
let's take them one at a time with you giving me the information on what that you have concerning any felonies. We have Mr. Leal with his 1, 2, 3, 4 cases.
I show Mr. Leal to be scheduled for district court jury trial August the 26th on several felonies.
Okay. So we can probably then give him a in-person pretrial setting. Let's do October 24th at 9 o'clock for pretrial on Mr. Leal. Okay. Pretrial October 24th at 9. And then we have Joe Thomas Pena. He's in custody. The jail is, let's see if that's who they have. What information do you have on Mr. Pena?
I show that he was set for arraignment on his felony on August the 14th for continuous family violence. So yeah, he's been indicted for that, obviously, and presumably arraigned.
Then we're going to give him the same pretrial setting of October 24th at 9. And then if the felony hasn't come to some kind of resolution, we can push that back for him and Mr. Flynn. All right. And then Sierra Marquardt.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Who was that? Oh, she's
It was
on.
me, Judge.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, Mr. Sales.
I show that Ms. Marquardt's felony was dismissed August 14th of this year. There was no lab analysis on the felony, so there does not appear to be any further felony holding our cases back.
All right, then. Ms. Marquardt will also get that same date of a pretrial on October 23rd at 9 o'clock. Did I see Ms. Marquardt, Kim? Yes, ma'am. All right, Ms. Marquardt, your attorney, Mr. Flynn, is not available this morning, but the state has informed the court that your felony has been dismissed. So your next setting will be October 23rd. That will be in person in the basement courtroom of the San Patricio County Courthouse here in Sinton at 9 o'clock. We'll send out a setting notice. Please stay in contact with Mr. Flynn. Thank you for your appearance this morning, and you are free to log off.
Judge, is that the correct date, the 23rd, or is it the 24th?
What did I say? The 24th? Well, she's logged off. I don't know. I'm
24th. For
I'm
me.
still here.
Oh, okay. I told you the wrong date. I apologize. It's October 24th. And we will send out a setting notice with October 24th on it.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies. Thank
That's
you,
all right.
Derek and Sylvia. Okay, October 24th at 9 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. So, Mr. Sales,
Yes, Your Honor.
that covers, if you want to stay on Zoom, Sylvia's going to stay on Zoom. I can go into the courtroom for this plea with Miss Madrigal.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. I will see you in a moment then.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Yeah.
James, you look like a TV star right there, like a male model.
I took a bath, that's why.
Well, it is Friday.
All rise. He said you're good to have a seat, Mr. Sales. You want this one? I can move it up there. You're gonna be listed as Derek. That was Miss Madrigal.
I could hear it. I was like, who said that?
See yourself.
All right, Sylvia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Judge.
Okay, and so Miss Madrigal, if I can have you and Mr. Guardiola approach, yes. Why don't y'all come on all the way up so that Sylvia, we're certain she can hear.
Yes, Judge. This is Mr. Alexander Guardiola, Your Honor.
Sylvia, can you hear Miss Madrigal? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. Good morning, Mr. Guardiola.
Good morning.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit more. Are you nervous?
Huh? No.
Okay. All right. Is your name Alexander Guardiola?
Yes.
Are you the same person charged with driving while intoxicated, a second offense, which is a Class A misdemeanor in this cause?
Yes.
Mr. Guardiola, are you aware that the range of punishment for a Class A misdemeanor is up to 365 days in the county jail and or a fine not to exceed $4,000?
Yes.
You and your attorney, Ms. Madrigal, have worked out a plea bargain agreement with the state. I'm going to ask you some questions about that agreement as well as the paperwork that you've signed today. The first document I have is a certificate of discovery and waiver of discovery. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature?
Yes.
Did Ms. Madrigal explain to you what's contained in this document?
Yes.
And did you sign it freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
The next document I have is the waivers, stipulations, applications, and agreements. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature?
Yes.
Did you and Ms. Madrigal go over everything that's contained in this document?
Yes.
Do you understand it all?
Yes.
And did you sign it freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay, what this document tells me is that in exchange for a plea of guilty, the state agrees to recommend that you be sentenced to 3 days confinement in the San Patricio County Jail, that there be a fine assessed in the amount of $500 plus court costs, and that you get credit for 2 days previously served.
Yes.
That is your plea bargain agreement?
Yes.
Mr. Guardiola, are you aware that even if you believe yourself to be guilty of this offense, you have an absolute right to enter a plea of not guilty and to ask that the state prove its case against you beyond a reasonable doubt if the state is able to do so? By entering into this plea bargain agreement, you are waiving or giving up your right to a jury trial.
Yes.
This document tells me you went through the 10th grade in school and that you can read, write, and understand the English language. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever been treated for any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes.
Ms. Madrigal, do you have an opinion as to your client's competency?
Your Honor, I believe my client is competent. We were able to discuss the facts of the case and we went over all the waivers and he understood it.
I'll join you in your assessment. Mr. Guardiola, are you aware that in signing this document, you have stipulated to the evidence in your case? Essentially, you have confessed and you are agreeing that the facts as they are stated in this attached offense report are true and correct. And with your plea of guilty and the stipulation of evidence, I can find you guilty of this offense and assess punishment.
Yes.
I'm not part of the plea bargain agreement and I'm not required to follow it. However, if I do follow the plea bargain agreement, you will have no right to appeal my decision. Knowing all of these things, do you still wish to move forward today with your plea?
Yes.
To the offense of driving while intoxicated, a second offense alleged to have been committed on or about July 15, 2023. How do you plead? Guilty or no contest?
May I put something on the record first?
Yes.
Okay, is that okay?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Guardiola, you and I went over the report, correct?
Yes.
And you've been here before. And I advise you that there was several issues with the discovery. There was videos missing.
Yes.
Okay. And we were able to negotiate this deal because of the lack of those videos.
Yes.
Okay. But you do, as I advise you, this is a conviction. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And we went over that this is the second conviction, correct?
Yes.
And I explained to you that if you pick up a third, that the state has the right to enhance it to a felony. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Right. And you're okay with proceeding today with the deal that was able to structure for you?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very good. I'm going to emphasize what Ms. Madrigal has already spoken to you about a couple of times at least, that if you pick up an additional DWI, it will be a third and it could be a felony.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so to the offense of driving while intoxicated, a second offense alleged to have been committed on or about July 15, 2023. How do you plead? Guilty or no contest?
Guilty.
And to the allegation that you were previously convicted of driving while intoxicated, is that true or not true?
No, you say that again?
To the allegation that you have a previous DWI, is that true or not true?
Oh, true.
Okay. All right, based on your plea of guilty and true and the stipulation of evidence, I am finding you guilty of the offense as charged. I'm assessing punishment at 3 days confinement in the San Patricio County Jail with credit for 2 days. I'm assessing a fine in the amount of $500 as well as court costs. Your court costs will be $270. Your fine and court costs will run concurrently with your jail time. Because I did follow the plea bargain agreement, I'm certifying that you have no right to appeal my decision. Do you have any questions, Mr. Guardiola, about what we have done here today?
No.
All right then. Mr. Franco's going to get some thumbprints from you on the paperwork. I don't know if you need to go process through the jail because he's short one day. I feel like you won't have to stay because if they give you 2 for 1, you have enough, but I don't make that decision. So you will have to.
I talked to Mr. Sales, Your Honor, and he believed that was the case. So is it okay if he drives over there and submits, that way you can leave his car over there?
We could do a commitment order. Do you have one? Yeah, we'll do a commitment order.
And he'll take
That's
it
a
with
good
him?
idea.
All right, that way your car, you can just, when you're out, you just go, okay? And you go to the office where you make the parent tag where I showed you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
Well, and I think
Oh, okay.
his jail time will cover his
Okay.
fine and cost, so you don't have to do that. I'm running it concurrent, so that will cover the fine and
Thank you, Ron.
cost. But we'll do a commitment order for today. I mean, it's almost 11, so we'll just put like 11:15. Okay. And you'll take that commitment order with you, and then they'll take you into custody, and I don't know their process, but
He should get out. That way he wanted to work tomorrow. He took the day off. That way he can work tomorrow.
yes,
And you should be out by
by the end of the day.
Uh-huh. Right, but you take that paper with you, up into the lobby.
Where in the county?
In the county jail.
Where is it?
It's down the street. I'll give you the address.
Right. Good luck to you.
Thank
I
you.
hope that you will choose to not drink and drive anymore. Okay. All right.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you.
May we be excused?
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Sells, is that it on our 10:30 docket?
I thought we had some Ruben Lerma cases. I did
Oh,
not.
yeah, we do. Is Mr. Lerma? Are any of his Kim, are any of Mr. Lerma's clients on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, let's look at those, Mr. Sells. I'm just gonna stay where I am right now. Okay, we have John Studeman.
He's being let in.
Hold on. Do what now, Kim?
He is in the courtroom now.
Oh, okay. Mr. Sells, what information do you have on Mr. Studeman's, I'm assuming felony?
It's an unindicted felony, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Okay. So Mr. Studeman, I'm not sure where Mr. Lerma is, but we are going to set you for an additional felony status on December 13th at 10:30. Do you have any questions, sir? You're on mute. All right, Mr. Studeman, you are set for December 13th. We'll send out a setting notice. Please stay in contact with Mr. Lerma. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off. Thank you, sir. All right. Then we have Noelle Sullivan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Sells, what information do you have on Miss Sullivan's case?
Your Honor, I show Ms. Sullivan has an unindicted felony, continuous family violence.
All right, Miss Sullivan, I'm not sure where Mr. Lerma is this morning, but we have the information, the court has the information that I needed, and we're going to reset your case for an additional Zoom status on December 13th at 10:30. We'll send out a setting notice. Please stay in contact with Mr. Lerma.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
you too.
All right, Esteban Martinez. Yeah, there he is. He is on. I think Mr. Martinez is trying to connect and is struggling. So what information do you have on that case, Mr. Sells?
Your Honor, Mr. Martinez has a felony DWI set for jury trial October 7th of this year.
Okay, then we are going to set him for pre-trial on October 24th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Martinez, your next setting will be in person. It will be on October 24th at 9 o'clock in the San Patricio County Courthouse in Sinton. The courtroom is in the basement. We'll send out a setting notice. Please stay in contact with Mr. Lerma. And he's gone.
Here you go.
All right. And then I saw Mr. Barbosa. Yes, there he is. Thank you, sir. He has joined us. What info? Oh, that's a driving while license suspended or invalid.
The information I have is there's an unindicted felony DWI.
Okay. Well, then we'll just set him for the December. Since Mr. Lerma's not here, I would like to speak with Mr. Lerma about just, I don't see why we couldn't have Mr. Barbosa working towards a license but that's fine. December 13th at 10:30. Mr. Barbosa, Mr. Lerma's not with us this morning, but your felony remains unindicted. So we're going to set you for an additional Zoom hearing on December 13th at 10:30. Please be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Lerma. Thank you for your appearance this morning, sir. You are free to log off. All right. Now, does that conclude our 10:30 dockets?
I believe that does, Your Honor.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Sells. I will see you at 11:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thanks. Well, that worked out smoothly with Ms. Mildred. right, Mr. Sales, are you with us?
I am here. I am present.
Very good. I have Ms. Villarreal Kupta in the courtroom as well as one of her clients, Mr. Brian Steidel. This is cause number 24-CR-93673-B. Good morning to you both.
Good morning, Judge.
Ms. Villarreal Kupta, what information do you have concerning Mr. Steidel's pending felony?
Judge, it's still pending indictment. However, he does want to enter a plea in this case. I would like to set it for an open plea for the first week in September, if that's okay with the court. I'll still be negotiating or speaking to the state, see if we can come up to an agreement. But if not, we want to set it for an open plea. He lives in Minnesota. And after discussing it with his family, his parents are the ones that are making the drive with him. And they've had to consider their work schedules, their finances. And what we understand is the first week in September is what works best for them.
I have judicial conference that week.
Oh, okay. Do you have any other cases? Okay, so you have judicial conference that week? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you have other cases to call that I can connect with his father and see what week might work, if the following week will work okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I have any attorneys yet, but I can give you time to do that. That's no problem.
Or do you put us in can you put us in a breakout room for just 2 minutes?
Yes, probably. Give me just a second. That's something I've not done. So let's see.
Well, let me just ask him. He's with his father there. Hi, Brian. Can you just quickly ask your dad, is the second week in September okay for y'all to travel down?
Yeah, I just asked him. He said thumbs up. So yes, he said it's okay.
Okay,
And they're coming from Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Yep.
And have you conferred with Mr. Sales about any kind of plea or?
I have not. I had been speaking to Miss Tamara Cochran May, and she has not gotten back to me. But I did want to at least schedule something because they want to resolve this. So I'm hoping we have a plea bargain. If we don't, it'll be an open plea.
Is there, let me look at his case real quick. Or let me just ask you this, Ms. Villarreal Kupta, do you know if, was your client arrested or was he just cited and released?
He was arrested.
Do you know how long he was in jail?
1 day.
And what will it cost for them to come down from Minnesota?
Probably
for
like
possession of marijuana case. I'm thinking that if y'all work something out, since he is in Minnesota, although this is not going to become a common practice of mine, but we could maybe do something by Zoom.
I think we could probably come to an agreement that
Okay.
would be satisfactory to everybody.
Okay. So, let's do this. Ms. Villarreal Kupta, I understand their need to be able to plan, but I'm thinking that we may be able to not require them to travel to Texas. So if you are agreeable,
Okay,
before we give a date, can you and Mr. Sells talk about this case and then approach the court for a setting date? Are you okay with that?
I only heard that last part about getting a setting date. What was the first part?
Hold on, let me turn up my volume. I don't know if that'll help or not. No, it's all the way up. Okay, so I think that I can do the plea by Zoom. But I would like, before setting something, I would like for you and Mr. Sells to confer. And if a plea by Zoom will work, then I'd like to set a plea by Zoom. And if it won't work, then we'll set it in person. The cost of the.
Very well. Then I'll get with Mr. Sales by next week.
Does that work for you, Mr. Sells?
Yes, it should work great for us.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sells, does that work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I will wait to hear from the state and Ms. Villarreal-Kupta on this case. Mr. Steidel, thank you for your appearance this morning. Ms. Villarreal-Kupta will be in contact with you as soon as she has more information.
All right, thank you very much. Nice to see you. See you again, probably. So
Thank you, sir.
Have a good weekend. So
you have a good weekend as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Ms. Villarreal-Kupta, you also have Jeremy Garcia. I don't know if he's with us or not, but let's just talk about his case.
Same thing, pending indictment, and my information is as recent as 2 days ago.
Mr. Sales?
I show Mr. Garcia to have a pending felony in Wharton, Texas.
That is accurate.
Okay, so it's not tied to this case?
That's correct.
All right. So is there any reason why we can't move forward on this case?
No, I guess there isn't.
Does October 24th for a pretrial work for you at 9 o'clock?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Then Jeremy Garcia will be set for pretrial on October 24th at 9 o'clock. Next, I have Renee Mesa.
Yes, Judge. She's on the computer as Renee Martinez. She's pending indictment. This information is as of 2 days ago.
And you said she's on as, oh, there, is that? Oh, Renee Martinez. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You're muted, Renee.
Mr. Sales,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you have any additional information on Miss Mesa?
No, Your Honor, just unindicted tampering with evidence.
All right. Felony status will be December 13th. Ms. Villarreal-Kupta, do you want this time of 11:30?
Yes, this works great for me.
All right. Ms. Mesa, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next setting for this case will be by Zoom as well on December 13th at 11:30.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal-Kupta.
I definitely will. Thank you so much.
You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Judge, there's someone else looking to try to get in under law office, Michelle Villarreal-Kupta.
Oh, that's my office. That's okay.
Okay. Miss Villarreal Cook, do we have David Molina? Oh, no, that's Mr. Zapatas. That's it for you, isn't it?
I think so. Thank y'all. Have a great weekend.
Have a
Bye.
good weekend. Thank you. All right. We do have Mr. Zapata. I thought he was going to be in person. Well, let's let him in, see what he has to say.
Where did it go?
No, we don't have Mr. Zapata at all. All right, let's take care of Mr. Barrera then. He's got the last case on the docket with Harold Alonso. Good morning, Mr. Barrera.
Morning, Judge.
You've got Mr. Harold Alonso 22-CR-89926.
Yes, Your Honor. For the longest time, we've been waiting for the felonies. Mr. Sales said they're not going to pursue the felony charges. If we can get it scheduled for your next in-court appearance, we'll get it resolved.
Okay. October is the first available that I have. We're setting for a pretrial on October 24th at 9 o'clock. Does that work for you?
That works, Your Honor.
All right, then.
We'll have it resolved by then.
Okay, great. We will see you on October 24th at 9 o'clock. That will be in person, the San Patricio County Courthouse in the basement courtroom. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off and have a nice weekend.
You too. Enjoy. Good to see you, Judge.
Thank you. All right.
There is two of Mr. DeFreitas's clients on.
Okay, Mr. Sales, I have one of Mr. Cavada's clients this morning in the courtroom. All the way up here. It's Mr. Alvarado. Page 3 of the docket. Rolando Alvarado Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
He is present in the courtroom with me currently, and there was something he wanted to tell the court, but I told him he had to wait until you were present. Mr. Alvarado?
I want to speak about they sent me a date and time. It was in the morning at 8:30, but that text message of that didn't go through to my text message to my cell phone.
Okay, but you are here now,
Yes.
so that's not a problem. Your next court date is December 13th. It's going to be by Zoom as well. If you want to log on to Zoom, that's fine. If you want to come here to the courtroom, that's okay as well.
Yes, ma'am.
What I need you to do right now is go to the office right around the corner, first office, and you're going to sign for your setting notice. December 13th at 8:30.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Mr. Alvarado, yeah. And Mr. Zapata, we're going to try this again. Mr. Zapata? Mr. Zapata?
I'm here, Your Honor. Can you see me now?
No, sir, but I thought we were having
There
this in
it is.
person. I thought we were
This is
having
I've
I
been
thought-
kicked out twice. It's my phone. I got a new phone and it does strange things, Your Honor.
I thought we were having an in-person hearing on the bond for your client, Mr. Hobson.
I can go over there right now if I need to be there. I thought we were doing Zoom, but I can go there now.
I'm sorry?
I can go there right now if you need me in person. I thought it was gonna be by Zoom.
Well, Mr. Hops, I brought Mr. Hobson over. I mean, I remember saying this would be in person, but
Actually, no, if I can be honest.
did I?
That's why I thought that I was gonna be over there.
You know,
I'm sorry, my bad. I guess, I don't know.
it's John. It's because I was gonna be in Nueces
I'm gonna blame
County.
you.
It's all right. I was gonna be in Nueces County and I wasn't sure if I'm gonna be back in time, so you gave me permission to appear by Zoom. But I got to my office and I logged in. This is the third time I logged in. I don't know why I got kicked out twice, but I got a new phone and I'm still figuring it out.
All right. So Mr. Hobson is here. Let's have the hearing. It's a little bit strange. You're not going to be able to see him, but he can see you.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hobson, I'm going to have you.
Go on up here. You're gonna stand right here. So.
Oh my goodness. All right. This is cause number 23-CR-91714-B, State of Texas versus Charles Hobson. Mr. Hobson, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And do you want to see Mr. Zapata? Because you can turn if you're more comfortable seeing him, if you're okay facing me.
It shouldn't change anything.
Okay. All right. Mr. Zapata, can you hear Mr. Hobson fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Sales, can you hear Mr. Hobson fine?
I can, Your Honor.
All right then. Mr. Zapata, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. When we were in court last, the court informed the parties that Mr. Hobson had been in jail at that time for 485 days there at the San Patricio County Jail. Also reported that he has had a hold with no bond from the U.S. Marshal's Office and a hold no bond from Victoria County. But because he, and of course, he's got a PR bond on the aggravated sexual assault charge. He's got some kind of a surety bond and U.S. Marshal hold. His felony was indicted June 12, 2024. And so he's asking the court to consider a PR bond if it's possible, so he can get out since he's been in jail so long. And I understood from the last hearing that he understood that even if the court grants him a PR bond, because of the holds, he would still be in custody and would likely be picked up by the other agencies. So at the last I spoke with him, he's still asking the court to consider granting him a PR bond.
All right. So are you gonna call your client to testify at all?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is he been sworn in, Judge?
Yes, I've sworn him in.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I did
Okay.
swear him
May I
in.
proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Hobson, I kind of proffered to the court what we discussed at the last court hearing, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and has anything changed? What I stated today, which was a restatement of what was stated in court either by you or the court or myself, changed at all?
As far as what we're coming here for?
Well, yeah, but I mean, as far as you having a hold from the U.S. Marshal's Office.
Oh, no,
from
sir.
Victoria
No, sir.
County. Okay, and your PR bond for your felony case that's pending in San County, that's still intact?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I also
And
have
you
I also have paperwork that supports those PR bonds. I'm also supposed to have a PR bond for the online as well, and I have the paperwork that supports that signed by the judge as well.
Okay, but I mean, your testimony, I mean, it should be, I think, sufficient. And of course, the state's gonna ask you questions too. But the issue is, you do understand that if the judge can justify granting you the PR bond, you might be released from San County Jail, but some other agencies are gonna come get you.
Yes, I
You
understand.
understand that?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right. Are you asking the judge to consider granting you the personal recognizance bond on this case?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay, and if she does, or if she lowers it and you're able to get out, do you promise the judge that you're gonna show up to every court hearing you're required to be at, unless, of course, you're in custody somewhere else?
Yes, I am. I will.
Okay, all right. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Sales?
Mr. Hobson, this is James Sells. I'm the prosecutor in this case. And just a few questions, sir. You were placed on probation for the felony offenses of burglary of a habitation and possession of controlled substances sometime after 2010. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you finish those probations or are you still on those probations?
As of February, I've completed it, but I suppose I'm still
Did they
on it.
file a motion to revoke your probation before it ended?
Yes, they did.
So is that the no bond that you have out of those counties for the motions to revoke your felony probations?
Yes, sir.
And at some point in time, you were sentenced to federal prison for felon in possession of a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that possession by a felon something that was alleged to have occurred while you were on probation for the burglary of a hab and possession of a controlled substance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, and are you currently, have you served any time, Mr. Hobson, on the federal felon in possession of a firearm?
I did 10 months in a day. I was sentenced to a year and a day, and I served 10 months on it.
And so you probably have some type of parole or further supervision as an obligation on that conviction?
Yes, sir.
Is that the source of your federal hold, Mr. Hobson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At our last hearing, I had asked you if you were familiar with who the alleged victim was. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And I believe your statement was no, because the information had like initials on it.
Right. It has a MK.
Okay. If I were to tell you that the information alleges a date of April 12th, 2023, and the victim in question was a 14-year-old at the Sleep Inn Hotel, and that your DNA was found in her vagina, does that help you with the identity of who the alleged victim is?
I mean, I'm aware of the incident, but it still doesn't. I still don't know the name of the person, of the victim.
Okay, but you know a face, and you know the person that you're not supposed to be around.
Correct.
Okay. And this alleged incident occurred while you were on felony probation and while you were on a federal parole?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Alleged. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hobson. I have nothing further.
Mr. Zapata, do you have any follow-up questions?
Very briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Hobson, have you tried to come up with the money to meet your current bond for this misdemeanor?
Yes, sir, but I don't have any means to. I don't have any funds.
You know, bank account or savings account?
No, sir.
Any property that can be sold to come up with the funds?
Any property that can be sold is what he asked you. Mr.
No.
Zapata, Mr. Zapata,
Uh-huh.
I can't access my information right now. It'll take me off of the Zoom screen. What is, and it's not in the file, what is the bond amount in this case?
It was stated in court last time, Judge, and I wrote it somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. It's pretty high.
It's
Maybe we can ask
40,000.
Mr. Hopkins. Something like that, yeah.
40,000.
Yes.
Mr. Hobson says 40,000. That kind of triggers my memory. All right. Any
I have
more
no more que-
questions?
I have no more questions of Mr. Hobson, and I have no evidence to present.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Zapata, what's your request?
We're asking the court to consider the PR bond, Your Honor. He's been in jail for a very long time. I know with other issues, I know the felony may have kept him there, but and again, I think somebody else was on this case before me, but more than 485 days in jail for a misdemeanor, not being able to bond out. We're asking the court to consider, if possible, a personal recognizance bond, or at least to lower it significantly where he might have the opportunity to bond out.
Mr. Sales?
Well, the Code of Criminal Procedure authorizes a court to look at several factors. Of course, the ability to make the bond is one of them, of the nature of the charge, and whether I think the most important one is if the defendant is a danger to the community. The testimony that this court has received is that the gentleman was on 2 felony probations when he was arrested for and convicted of felon in possession of a firearm. And while he was on probation for those 2 things, as well as on parole for federal felony possession of a firearm, he picked up the online solicitation of a minor, the harboring a runaway, and the sexual assault of a child. Now, I don't know what the district attorney's office is doing, but as the assistant county attorney, my responsibility is to the citizens of San Patricia County. And my argument is that Mr. Hobson's a danger to the community. He's continuing to commit offenses while on probation, while on parole. The last one involved a minor, and I think it's our responsibility to keep him in custody until we get the cases resolved. And I would ask the court to deny a motion to reduce bond.
Mr. Zapata?
No further argument. I've already made my argument, and I believe the court has enough information to make the appropriate decision, Judge.
All right. I'm not going to grant the PR bond. I will lower the bond amount to $10,000 surety. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hobson. Mr. Zapata, you've got a couple of other cases on the docket.
Yes, Your Honor.
David Molina, we just keep resetting this. Have you had any contact with him?
Well, this is it. The state, I'm sorry, the DA's office, we've got settings for September 24th for a pretrial hearing. My understanding, we got communications this week that the DA's office is going to request a bench warrant to bring him here. Now, he has 1 felony case that he's been indicted on. He's got at least 1 more unindicted, but they're going to get him here. What I'd like to do, Your Honor, once I know he's here, I will contact your court for a setting, so maybe we can take care of the misdemeanor pending.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's go on and give it the felony status of December 13th at 11:30, but we'll certainly grant your request for a different setting.
Okay. Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you. And then you have Daisy Cisneros.
Yes, Your Honor. She was found to be incompetent a while back, and we're in the district court. We have a setting for a status of hospitalization on September 10th, 2024.
Is she still in the hospital?
I don't know if she's gotten there.
I think
Oh.
that's the purpose of the status, is to see if they found a bed for her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
She's been
waiting
in the
on a
jail for
bed.
quite a while, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay. Then we're gonna give her the same date of December 13th, and if you receive any information and you want any kind of setting between now and then, you just make your request and we'll accommodate you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That takes care of your cases, Mr. Zapata. I apologize for my confusion on Mr. Hobson.
It's okay, Judge.
All right.
And the issue was, I wasn't sure if I was gonna get back in time for Nueces County, and that's why you gave me permission to go ahead and appear on Zoom, because the
Okay.
other two cases were on Zoom. It's okay, I'm good, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a good
I
weekend.
appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Sales, I have Mr. DeFreitas in the courtroom. He was in Nueces County earlier. Come up here where,
Northwest.
all right, Tommy Eccles is online as well as Alfonso Guevara.
Yes, Your Honor, on Nichols, I haven't heard anything, as far
Mr. Sales, what information do you have on Mr. Eccles?
Still an unindicted felony burglary of a building?
Still unindicted?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, December 13th. Do you want this late time?
Sure.
At 11:30. Mr. Eccles, your next appearance will be by Zoom as well. It will be on December 13th at 11:30. Oh, he left the courtroom. Okay, we'll let him know. He's back in the waiting room.
Oh.
And is Mr. Guevara in the
I see you.
courtroom?
Yes.
There he is. All right. Mr. Sales, what information do you have on Mr. Guevara?
Still an unindicted felony, Your Honor.
All right, then December 13th, Mr. Guevara, that will be by Zoom as well at 11:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. DeFreitas.
Yes.
Thank you for your appearance this morning, sir. You are free to log off.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then Joe Benavides, I don't think we've seen him today, but Mr. Sales, what information do you have on Mr. Benavides?
Unindicted felony tampering with evidence, Your Honor.
All right, then, December 13th at 11:30 for felony status.
Calling mom, I barely told him that I had. He's not gonna get it. I was gonna say, he's a young guy, but then I looked again.
All right, that takes care of all of Mr. DeFreitas's cases and this morning's docket. Mr. Sales, I appreciate your patience with me.
Your Honor, just a quick question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Michael, there's a Michael Hernandez with Sandra Eastwood. Has that been taken care of? Have the
Oh, no, I missed those. I'm sorry. That's Miss Eastwood had two cases and Mr. Hernandez is not on. So let me put those on the
Judge,
record.
if you don't mind, she said Michael Hernandez is in jail. And the DA's office has not indicted his pending felony.
Oh, it does say jail on my docket.
And I can confirm unindicted felonies burglars of building on Mr. Hernandez.
Okay. December 13th at 11:30. Thank you, Mr. Sales. I completely skipped over those.
My pleasure, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good weekend.
I'm gonna try to make it to a restaurant if I can muster up the strength to get out of my chair.
I know it's way past your lunchtime.
What about the FTAs? Okay.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks. You too.